master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Kame. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your call. Listen, go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Then they use fake alert, the warriors.
Okay, so wanna listen to If you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk Gaba Road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what, development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Housing infrastructure as a driver of economic growth. In virtually every nation, the discourse on economic growth often revolves around output, foreign investment, technology, and human capital development. Yet, one element that remains underexplored but profoundly fundamental is housing infrastructure. Housing is more than shelter. It is an economic commodity, a social stabilizer, and a catalyst for development. From job creation to stimulating demand in allied industries, and from serving as collateral for wealth creation to enabling urban renewal, housing infrastructure stands at the heart of sustainable economic advancement. At the core of modern economies, housing represents both a consumption good and an investment asset. For households, it is often the most valuable property they own. For governments, housing development is a visible marker of social responsibility, while for economies, it serves as a growth engine with multiplier effects across sectors. According to Bayo Olaoye, veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, well-planned housing infrastructure is not just about erecting buildings. When integrated with urban planning, it prevents slum expansion, enhances livability, and boosts productivity. World Bank estimates show that the real estate and construction sector contributes between 7% and 14% of global GDP, depending on the region. In advanced economies, such as United States, housing-related activities, construction, real estate, mortgage finance, home improvement, and property services are major drivers of employment and wealth creation. In emerging economies like Nigeria, housing contributes about 3.1% of GDP, though with vast untapped potential. Its influence cuts across financial markets, labor absorption, raw material demand, and energy consumption patterns. One of the clearest pathways through which housing drives growth is job creation. Development requires diverse skilled and unskilled labor, from architects and engineers to masons, electricians, and artisans. The construction phase alone is labor-intensive and generates immediate employment. Beyond that, housing stimulates growth in allied sectors such as cement, steel, timber, and glass. Industries producing furniture, interior decor, and home appliances thrive as household spending increases, while financial institutions expand their mortgage and insurance portfolios. The International Labour Organization, ILO, estimates that each housing unit constructed generates between 5 and 7 jobs, depending on project complexity. In countries grappling with high youth unemployment, this represents a powerful avenue for labor absorption and poverty reduction. Furthermore, housing facilitates wealth accumulation and capital formation. Unlike consumer goods that depreciate, housing retains or increases in value. For many households, home ownership is the foundation of financial security and upward mobility. Housing assets also serve as collateral for credit, driving entrepreneurship and industrial growth. However, in many developing nations, underdeveloped housing finance systems limit credit access, stifling broader economic potential. Expanding housing infrastructure can therefore deepen financial systems, democratize wealth, and strengthen the foundation for inclusive growth. As the United Nations projects that nearly 70% of the global population will live in urban areas by 2050, nations like Nigeria must treat housing as a strategic tool for urban renewal and sustainable development. Cities with adequate housing attract investment, foster innovation, and enhance livability, while poor housing conditions breed overcrowding, insecurity, and economic inefficiency. In essence, housing infrastructure is not merely about buildings, it's about building economies. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ag Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ag Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ag Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ag Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Iboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ike Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Igboje Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Ige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Ige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's life. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Aigboje Ike Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist. And just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but, you know, with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, you know, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Aiboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this SOUQ Imokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him, that experience has continued. We learned so much. We were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed. We scaled some pretty high heights and so on. In a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
SOUQ Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Aiboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Aiboje SOUQ Imokwede is back again. SOUQ Imokwede is married to Ofovwe SOUQ Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelo Okoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian Omosunde Lawson.
It's Ife Yonwarita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare. I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news. You can have unlimited news first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please, guys, keep watching
SOUQ News.
The Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve, and promote Nigeria's natural medicine defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1-hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency. And we did this these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launching was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with universities. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General, and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what we call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And it's one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short-term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work, for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, this POS matter, don't pass your code. Listen, go swipe, alarms no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Now they use fake alert, the warriors.
Okay, so Mona, listen, eh? If you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk Dava Road where they worry for our local governments for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM. Drop makes a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes this woman more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Born Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from about age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant. Finally, only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what? I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, in Kano State, where she worked as an audit trainee at Akitola Williams & Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after her service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't a thing.
You would have thought that having done or gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because they had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work. I did well. They offered me permanent employment, but I said, thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager. In a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just months before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into SOUQ Chair Center Limited, following a venture merger with SOUQ SA and Guarantee Trust Bank in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child, not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talents, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship, and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from our entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awosika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolanyo movie titled Citation, which in addition to the book she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in Business Administration and Management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of SOUQ SA of France, GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to note that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of the Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awosika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the Board of Trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jura Limited and Cabri Nigeria PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015. Following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja, she became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence. Ibukun Awosika's Octo-Nigerian father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence in her life, passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Ilupeju. He was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awosika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Excel Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awosika by building the Ibukun Awosika Sports Center at our beloved secondary school, Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara Durutoye, Ndidi Okuanu, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other successful people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop at anything to achieving their God-given dreams. For her, she believes that regardless of how illustrious a career is and how successful she could ever get in life, her family and husband remain the most important gift in her life. Ibukun Awoshika. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian or Mosunde Lawson. It's Ife Rita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare. I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news. You can have unlimited news first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please, guys, keep watching
SOUQ News.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masque and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluebunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your code. This go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Nigga, you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so Mona, listen, if you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk Daba Road where they warrior for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what, development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
In Africa, there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. Of unflinching love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one would ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dantata, or his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up would not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions, like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015. He won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjured as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines real intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO, Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Kene. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Cashcraft. I am Grace Komalafe. Today I have for you something that really looks ordinary, but it's more than how some people perceive it. This isn't just news, it's a wake-up call, a signal, especially if you live in or near Kayama, Kwara State, or you have any connection to the north-central zone of Nigeria. According to reports, the Kwara State Shell Butter Factory in Kayama is projected to create 10,000 direct and indirect jobs, officially confirmed by the Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Afiz Alabi. Now, this news isn't meant to bore you. It's a flashlight revealing something you need to tap into. Don't sleep on shell butter, and you ask me why. That's because this is not just a skincare ingredient. It is a multi-million-dollar global commodity, and it starts from the word shell 3. Shell butter is a natural fat extracted from the nut of the African shell 3, Vitellaria paradoxa, native to the savanna belt of West Africa. It's rich in vitamins A and E, packed with essential fatty acids, and used in skincare and cosmetics, cream, balms, soaps, hair products, pharmaceuticals, chocolate industry as cocoa butter substitute. From Africa to America, France to Japan, shea butter is in demand. A metric ton of raw shea butters can fetch around 350,000 to 500,000 naira, depending on quality and volume. Processed butter can go for about 2,500 to 4,000 naira per kilo locally and higher when exported. In global markets, refined organic shea butter is gold, trading at $4 to $10 per pound, depending on certification. Nigeria is the world's largest producer of shell nuts, yet we are not making nearly enough from it yet. Are you still thinking it's a job not fit for you? Perhaps that's pride. Yeah, but here is the reality. Anyone can go into this, male or female, young or old, educated or not. It's not about the job title, it's about your operational model. Now let's take a look at ways to tap into the shell butter business. 1. Shea nut collection and selling. If you live near wild shea trees, you can gather and sell nuts in bulk to processors or exporters. 2. Local processing and packaging. With basic training and equipment, you can extract and sell raw shea butter to traders, beauty salons, or markets. 3. Skincare line startup. Infuse shea butter into soaps, body butters, hair food, lip balms, brand it, sell online or offline. Let's go to 4. If you are thinking export, then join cooperatives or secure necessary certifications like NOP Organic, Fair Trade, or EcoSat to export high-value shea butter. Now we move to 5, value chain services. Offer drying, logistics, aggregation, quality testing, or training services in rural communities. If you are in Kwara and ignoring this, then you are sleeping on what could become your ticket out of poverty or your ladder to wealth. Kayama is becoming a hub, and the government is backing it with infrastructure and policy support. So why miss out? While this is not a professional advice, remember to do these things to get started. 1. Join a shea producer cooperative. Example, National Share Products Association of Nigeria. You can search for a whole lot of them. Attend local trainings, workshops, often supported by NGOs and donor agencies. Start small. Even with 50,000 to 100,000 naira, you can begin processing locally, packaging neatly, label professionally, even if you're selling on Instagram. Now, research export guides from NEPC, Nigerian Export Promotion Council. The Kayama Shell Butter Factory is only one part of the story. You are the next chapter. Don't let ignorance or pride rob you of this golden opportunity. Whether it's as a collector, a processor, or a brand owner, Shea Butter is calling. Will you answer? That's it on Cashcraft, where we turn everyday ideas into smart business moves. I am Grace Komolafe, helping you start up your day and making it count. Bye.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group. The family operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in dyed soup products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business to establish BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed winds to his sail came in 1990. the government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with BUA to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. BUA expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by BUA in 2005. BUA started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, BUA had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Ogbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, my younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of BUA Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40 in the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Chausseo. BUA invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogu-Ogbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. Bois Foods PLC and Bois Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, Bois Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP, while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development, partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021. A recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian Omosunde Lawson.
It's Ife Yunwarita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare. I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News.
SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news. You can have unlimited news first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
The Global Leadership Conclave Lagos has brought together policymakers, business leaders, development experts, and young innovators under one roof, all united by a common vision, transforming leadership ideals into practical action for sustainable development. Organized by the Global Lives Transformers Network in partnership with the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, the event is themed Redefining Leadership for a Sustainable Future.
Global Leadership Conclave is all about bringing leaders of diverse sector and field to come together to discuss on leadership in the age of disruption, innovation, resilience, and sustainability. Here we'll come together to discuss on the ever-disruptive world that we're in now and how leaders can stay resilient, can be innovative, and build sustainably.
Speakers at the forum include Sir Victor Walsh, Mr. Tunji Ido, Dr. Patrick Uduma, Engineer Tony Obuigwe, and others. They emphasize the urgent need for transformational leadership that bridges the gap between policy, ethics, and enterprise, particularly in developing economies like Nigeria. Discussions also centered on equipping the next generation of leaders with global competencies, integrity-driven values, and digital age problem-solving skills to drive inclusive economic growth.
Leadership is a topic that is very important for us as a nation and something that is very common in our climate, and it's the wrong one that often hogs the limelight. So it's important that we're able to point to other models, other examples that have stood the test of time and that have helped other nations to get to where they are, and the kind of leadership we had before things went down in our nation, so that people, the young ones, can see alternatives and then they can be reset and redirected on the right path.
My presence here is to contribute to the conversation on leadership, starting with self-leadership. How can young people drive change in the society and in our environment? How can we influence positively the polity that we find ourselves? We are heading towards elections, in another 1 year. How can we make a significant impact in that system, in that process?
The conclave, holding at the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs Auditorium, Kofo Abayomi Street, Victoria Island, features panel sessions, keynote addresses, and networking segments designed to strengthen collaboration between government institutions, private sector players, and civil society actors.
Yes, I think that these youth have the most amazing age, because not only have they found mentorship, they've also found role models, because I say that the quality of your mind determines the quality of your life. And the quality of information that they have can revolutionize their life, their family, and the entire nation.
Participants said the platform reflects a growing recognition and that effective leadership is the foundation of national progress and international competitiveness. Oyinpriye Krumale, SOUQ News Television.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
All right, they say life is
10% what happens to you and 90% of how you react to it. And talking about reactions, we on the SOUQ landscape today, we're going to be giving you reactions from the world and everywhere around it, from economics to politics, and how it affects you geographically in your country or in your nation. My name is Swift Aderito, and I'm not alone on this table. I bring to you one of the most intelligent and handsome young men we have. I'm talking about my co-host for the day. He is Dr. Idausa Samase. Good morning, sir. It's nice to have you.
Swift, good morning. Another very beautiful day. God has renewed our rent here on earth. We are grateful. It's a time for a new beginning. It can become better. And to our Muslim friends out there, Eid Mubarak.
I love that. So are you planning to go and eat anywhere today?
You know, unfortunately, they were doing 30 days and we are doing 40 days.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know you were Catholic.
It's not just Catholic,
yes.
But Christians.
Oh, Christian. Well, I'm a Christian and I'm not fasting. According to Jesus, once the bridegroom is here, why does the bride need to cry? But
it's good you have a group. That's nice to hear.
All right, like Doctor said, happy holiday to everybody. So let's jump right into what we're about to start. Today we're going to be talking about the market watch. And the first thing we want to discuss, because you know when it comes to money, I'm highly inclined. And so the NGX has fallen below 130 trillion as profit hits the market. And that's telling you that the Nigerian exchange has recorded a modest decline on Wednesday as indicator caution profit taking pushed market capitalization below 130 trillion threshold. Doctor, you know you are, when it comes to money and the stock market and, you know, everything Nigeria, you are a guru at this. You are an investor, you are a planner, you are an advisor. Even when I want to be safe, you tell me, I'll take a bit of risk on the stock market. And now, what do you think about what's going on with the NGX?
Yeah, I think there's nothing to worry about the Nigerian stock market. It's doing excellently very well. The dynamics in the market is what makes it real. Yeah, because if it's everyday profit, then we have to be scared.
Yes.
That may be another scam, you know, a Ponzi scheme that can wipe off people. So these sentiments you find in the market from time to time. It gets up, it goes down, and then, of course, it depends on, of course, the forces of the demand and supply in the market. People who bought yesterday may not be as many as those who are buying today.
Definitely.
And therefore, that, of course, will affect the pricing of some stock thereabout. But I hardly believe that it is just that because people are taking profit or dividend, that is why the market is like that. Don't also forget, like I always tell people, Nigerian investors are not so much of a long-term investment people. We think the short term. People speculate in the market, want to move your stock from here to there, move it from here to there, so that you can maximize value. And of course, for a nation still very high on primitive capital accumulation, I can tell you that it's something that is normal. So what's happening in the stock is the fact that we close sometime high, we close sometime low. And that's what makes life really sweet.
I like
just imagine that it's a flat color, it would have been quite difficult.
That's true.
Yeah.
Definitely. Okay, so there's a school of thought that claims that because of the new AI, the new technology inclusions into the stock market, of course, we are looking at recently when Nigeria began the T2 settlement capital market regularization, and that this is one of the things that has encouraged people to keep trading and to be more confident. What would you say is the investor confidence in the Nigerian stock market now compared to their bigger brothers, South Africa, China stock market, the US?
Well, I think for us here, a lot has changed in terms of the regulatory environment. The leaders in the current exchange have done a lot of innovations that make the market look real.
Yes.
in terms of consequence management, they've also done well, so that where there are suspicious insider dealings, the market has been able to demonstrate will in correcting some of all those things and warning consistently against insider dealings, of course, which usually are responsible for the kind of losses that come on the market. So what they've been able to do is to put in place a structure such a way that there is governance in companies that are listed in the market. And in places where people are not able to file in their reports on time, such companies may be suspended, their trading cannot happen. And we've seen a lot of companies delisted by NGS because of some practices. And some companies also have removed themselves from the market because they cannot meet up with the conditions under which trading has to be done. So all these things are happening in the market. And more importantly is the fact that we also see that the current regime is trying to unlock the Nigerian economy to our side. And I remember, I think it was when the president traveled to the United States and was in the New York Stock Exchange. And he told the army of investors there that Nigeria is ready for business, that everybody should come and do business in Nigeria. So what he's been trying to do in the past 3 years is to see how to make the ease of doing business a little more softer for our people. And government is also trying to see how we can put in place policies that will attract investors to come to the market. All of that are happening. You see the downstream and the upstream sector of Nigerian oil and gas is completely liberalized now. We're also having to see electricity. It's at the verge of being completely liberalized. And to that extent, you saw that government set up asset management and regulatory committee for the electricity to see how we can unbundle electricity and attract foreigners or locals who have resources to put in those areas. And when this starts to happen, of course, people come to the NGS to raise funds, and that makes the market quite very sophisticated. But when you do the comparison between the Nigerian stock market and the South African stock market,
the big brothers.
Yes, they are not really the big brothers. See, what is different between the South African Stock Exchange is the fact that the people who invested in the mining sector in South Africa, the white, they are still there, and they have been there for over 100 years.
Yes.
And this is the reason why we see that their stock value is almost like $1 trillion, and they are still the one managing it. And you don't forget that we were already at that threshold of growth, because I hear a lot of people talk about, well, why couldn't we sustain the momentum that we were in the 1970s and 1960s? But we forgot quickly that when, of course, people were trying to build our system, then Obasanjo had a problem with Shell BP, and then decided to nationalize all foreign companies in Nigeria. And the people who owned that said a lot of them went away, because I was hearing yesterday somebody talking on the radio and said, oh, we used to have Peugeot here, we used to have Volkswagen produced here. They were nationalized and their owners left. They left it for you, you couldn't manage it. So those companies were not able to be sustained. Because it's good that we tell ourselves honest history.
Yes.
Because these are the honest history. We need to know where things started to get bad for us. We had a lot of people who had invested in mining in Nigeria. They left mining and took their equipment away and left it to the hands of the locals, who are now we call illegal miners. So these are the things that happened to us at the heyday of the Obasanjo military rule. So we lost those opportunities to have grown like the way South African grew. Imagine that if we were still managing this relationship over a period of time, by now Nigeria would have become different, because the thinking would have been different. But when you leave your institutions into hands of people who cannot, or who don't have the capacity or the competence to drive it, you cannot expect some good result. I think these are the few things that, for me, we must also consider when we look at South Africa and Nigeria. Because if you go to the farm in South Africa, I was in one farm that day. They said that farm started in, I think it was 1864.
Wow.
And I went there to drink fresh milk, owned by a white man.
But for the record, doctor didn't bring any for me. Everything you said...
No, it will not be good by the time it gets here. I said it's fresh milk. You have to drink it as fresh as possible.
Well, doctor, everything you said was, spot on. But there was a part where you talked about insider trading. You started looking at me. I don't know. I just want to clarify and, clear my name on this table. I do not do anything insider trading.
We have to find out.
We have to find out and investigate. All right, talking about finding out and investigating, I want to, talk about this. And we are talking about the external trade balance of Nigeria. Just in case you didn't know, the external trade balance of Nigeria records about $374 billion crude imports linked to Dangote alone. Nigeria recorded about $3.74 billion in crude oil imports tied to the operations of Dangote Petroleum Refinery in 2025, making a shift in the country's oil trade dynamics despite being a crude producer. This is shocking. The figure was disclosed at the balance of payments reported by the Central Bank of Nigeria, which noted that the refinery's crude imports contributed to the movements in the country's current account position during this year. The report also showed that Nigeria posted a current account of surplus of about $14.0 billion in 2025, down from $19.3 billion in 2024, but higher is about $6.24 billion in 2023, reflecting the evolving trade patterns and external balancing. And Doctor, you have been one of the people who were very excited about the Dangote refinery coming on board, as we were all aware. You were like, Dangote refinery was one of the places that was going to help with our Naira, because it was going to we assumed, or some school of thought said, look, if he's not importing diesel or crude, it means that, the sourcing for dollar, sourcing for any currency will be highly reduced. But from these statistics, it's showing that the young man has had to import more than he's buying in Naira. How do you think this affects the economy?
Well, I think if you look at the data there, what it shows is to see also the progression and the evolution of the Dangote refinery. A 650 train built since started operation since 2023.
Yes.
And it's been moving on, and not until late last year, they were not able to do actually the 650 barrel per day.
Yes.
And now they are contemplating increasing it to 1,400 barrels per day. So what that means is that at the start, what we were giving him was enough to keep the factory running.
Yes.
But now that they are in full swing, we are not able to supply them the necessary crude that he needs to run daily. Now, a 650,000 barrel train, single train refinery in Nigeria, which means every day if Nigeria produces 1.3 million barrels, Dangote should take about 650,000. And that's what it should mean.
Yes.
And unfortunately, we have sold some of our crude. And then, of course, you know that what we have produced, some of them we have already sold to be able to finance the budget in the past year. And those sales are still there. So we have obligation to those people that we sold to. And then, of course, so Dangote can't take everything. So what you'll find here is the government trying to ration the one that's available between Dangote. Don't forget there are some other smaller modular refineries that are here and there.
Yes.
And then, of course, the past obligations that they had. So this makes it difficult to give everything produced to Dangote. And if Dangote can't take everything produced, then, of course, he has to resort to importation.
Yes. Yes.
So for me, I think the surge in the import cost of about over $3 billion US dollars
yes.
will be these assets that you need to source from the US and other places to be able to get the refinery actually on course. But for me, the biggest joy here is the fact that as a country, we are enjoying trade surplus.
Yes.
And that makes me really happy. So which means our importations are no longer exceeding our exports.
Yes.
So we are selling more also as we are also buying. And that is what market is all about. So you trade with others, other people trade with you. So it's for us to now be able to increase our capacity to trade with other people. And trading in this sense, not just in raw materials alone, but added value to raw material, added services that can earn us more. Because like they say, for example, Côte d'Ivoire will get about 6 billion in cocoa every year. But just Switzerland in chocolate alone is making over 30 billion, you see.
Yes.
Because at the end of the day, it's when you add value to your raw material that you make more money. So I think we need to do a lot of that so that whatever thing that we're going to ship outside, we know that there are value addition. And then, of course, we're going to earn more.
Yes.
And that, for me, really makes trade fine. So other people are also praying that they import or export. So just we are praying. So Dangote need to import petrol. But again,
yes.
To NDPRA, they need to work hard and see how we can empower some locals to invest also in crude exploration.
Definitely, yes.
And then, of course, the prospects are becoming brighter. Gombe, Bauchi, we already have some work going in there. Recently in Ogun State, there's also some discovery and opportunity to explore oil. Let all of these things be going. It will not be a crime if Nigerian is given a quota of 9 million barrels per day, like Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
And that will greatly transform our economy in a very, very tremendous way. Imagine a Saudi that is less than 30 million people, and they are doing 9 million barrels. And we, 200 million people, I don't know whether we're 200. Are we up to 200?
We should be more than, because that statistics is from, I think, over 5 years. Yes.
No, I am still in doubt if you're up to 200.
And people are giving birth every day.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've not seen you back recently.
Don't worry.
So, and then we just produce 1.3, 1.6 million barrels for a population that we are projecting that's up to 200 million. Then, of course, we are not kickstarting anything. So I think we need to ramp up production so that we can save more of those foreign exchange that Dangote is sending to America and retain them here so that we can buy the essentials, not the things that can be produced here.
Talking about retention, it's important that I also drop this. In between Doctor's conversation, he said, we, Dangote Petroleum. So for those of you that do not know, Doctor has just revealed that he's part of the stakeholders of Dangote. Congratulations.
Dangote is a Nigerian, so you are. So he has not gone to the market yet. I am waiting for him to go to the market. I want to be part of that success story. Until he gets to the market, of course, we cannot participate.
Talking about success story, I have a quick question. There's a school of thought that is saying, look, it looks like some of the other refineries, because we're expecting by now there will be more licensing. Yes, there are some licensing, but we're expecting by now there will be more licensing. We're expecting by now there will be more state collaborations. We're excited about the South who have decided to talk about a refinery. And the last time I heard from the North, do you think federal government is doing enough to encourage foreigners business owners in Nigeria to invest in the refinery, because the only reason why petrol is selling at the price it's selling, it has been attributed to Dangote, since he brings in a lot of stock and he was able to reduce the fuel price compared to what other marketers wanted to place it at 100 naira. Do you think the Nigerian government is doing enough to encourage other people to invest in refineries?
Well, I think the environment is better now and saner in terms of regulation.
Yes.
I remember when Obasanjo, during his tenure as the president of Nigeria, gave out some license for modular refining. But there was a clause on that license that the people cannot refine to sell in Nigeria. They can only refine for export.
Wow.
And so over 6 licenses that were given at that time, nobody used it. Because you have a market that is local. And then the license says that you cannot sell here, that if you refine, you have to sell outside. And I think that was the reason why those licenses were not used. But I think that has changed with the PIA.
Yes.
Because, of course, the industry was treated like a highly sensitive and security kind of environment, that if you allow other people to come sell for to you, it's like you are compromising your internal security and the rest of it. But I think we have gone beyond there right now. So what we have now is that government has licensed people and they can produce and sell locally. So as we speak, we have a refinery, modular refinery in Benin.
Yes.
That's producing. We also have BOA building a refinery in Akwa Ibom.
World-class refinery.
And of course, that's supposed to be a 250,000 barrel trade refinery in Akwa Ibom State. And it's expected to start operation in 2027 by projection, everything being equal. So all these things are happening. So I think the environment is becoming better. Government is also working hard to see how the NNPC and its agents are more liberal in terms of conditions for operations. And I think that's all we just need. But the fundamental challenge that, of course, again, that a lot of people talk about today is the area of security. So that people who are putting in their asset on the ground are sure that there's enough and adequate security, that they are not vandalized and their investments don't go down the drain. So that guarantee also needs to come from government side. And I think that's where we need to do a lot of hard work.
Security. All right, talking about security, I need to assure you that Doctor and I will be partnering together to open our own refinery with time. Doctor, we...
I am not in. Game out.
All right.
I want to live long.
You want to live long? Okay. I'm talking about somebody that there are things that make us live longer. And we want to dive into energy very quickly before I take you on the next break so that Doctor and I can sip a cup of tea and eat some cookies. The energy supply imported petrol has been stated that it's cheaper than the domestic price, which is at 94 naira. The school of thought says that the landing cost of imported petrol is 94.53 naira lower than the domestic price, according to the Nigeria Energy Markets Association. And this is indicating that a widening price gap in the Nigerian fuel market. The largest report shows that as of March 16, 2026, imported petroleum landed at 1,847 kobo per liter, compared to the domestic gallery price of about 1 naira, 175 naira per liter. That's creating a 94.53, potentially impacting the local supply and patterns of price rising trend. This is not far from security you talked about. I was listening to somebody who was saying that, look, the cost Dangote has to even bear, or some of the refineries bringing the crude to their refinery.
Well, I don't think it's just in the petroleum sector alone. It's almost in all sector. I think it was Tim Cook who made an argument some time ago when he said that the reasons that the American entrepreneurs go to China is not because there's cheap labor in China, but in China you have material engineers in their numbers that you cannot find in America.
Wow.
So because of that, you find that production is going to be easier because you have competent hands who are going to translate your idea into products or reality. So I think that's a big problem that we have to contend with. At the start of the Dangote refinery, you remember, there was a hue and cry over the number of expatriates that were brought in.
Yes.
Over 11,000 expatriates that were brought in, and they are paid in dollars. And these are factored into the cost of production. And as against when you produce it elsewhere, where you have locals who are competent, and you don't need to pay them in that very high currency. So that's one side to the cost inputs. Another side to the cost inputs is the fact that here, you're almost a government to yourself. Produce your light, produce your water, produce your security and the rest of it.
Yes.
And those costs are also factored into inputs. And more importantly is the fact that we also have to deal with government agents. I remember listening to the CEO of the Dangote refinery the last time. How true that is, I cannot establish. That there are over 49 government agencies that come around to take revenue from them. Now, once you add all this up to the cost of refining, definitely it will be higher than what is coming on the other side. That's why people talk about the ease of doing business. How can we, as a country, address those issues? Hopefully, we pray that Taiwo and SOUQ will now be able to work together in the Ministry of Finance and NRS to see how we can remove all this multiplicity and duplicity of taxes by different agents of government. And that will enable us to be able to produce things at relatively reduced costing. Because naturally, if these things are done here, this man is able to source his crude here, he's able to refine here, and then we have the competence here developed, minus the cost of logistics and the rest of all the custom charges in the home country and the rest of it taken off. Then, of course, we should be able to produce at a much more lower price. But that's not the situation at the moment, and I think that the regulators need to look into that and see how we can moderate agencies proing on businesses from the local council to the state agents to the federal agents and then the terrible non-state actors.
So, Doctor, I want to ask this question very quickly. Do you think Nigerians are doing enough? Some people have said, look, Nigerians need to have strikes, insisting that government must cut down on these agencies. Let certain things move. So people have said, imagine if Dangote, what it cost him to bring in crude into his facility is cheaper. if instead of going on strikes for increase in salary, if Nigerians agitate for these better services when it comes to companies or things that we know that we need that are critical to the economy. So I will ask, do you think Nigerians are doing enough? We see also on social media, a lot of people are not talking, they're not having these intelligent conversations. And what can be done?
Well, I think the government is doing what they should do at the moment, currently. I don't hide my feelings at all. I'm an advocate of a market economy. I don't believe that government should over-regulate businesses.
Okay.
If people put in money into business, they should be allowed to take their profits.
Yes.
Which is the rationale for setting up in the first place. But that is to say, government must allow the free hand of market to come in. Government don't need to do the business. Rather than protest, they can pull resources together to build an alternative that can be cheaper.
Yes.
So I think that is what it is. Because sometimes we also look at it from the point of view of the weakness of our federation, where we are asking states for internally generated revenue for services that they may not be able to handle. Because sometimes politicians want to look good and also put hands in wide elephant projects that drains resources. We've seen people building what is it called? Overhead bridges, even in cities that don't have 2,000 cars. And that's a waste of resource
public funds
at that kind of level.
Yes.
And so because they are in a competition to deliver what they call legacy projects, the craze to raise revenue become very heavy. And like I said to people, government don't have farms, they don't have factories.
Yes.
And the only way they raise money is through taxes, fines, and levies. So these are the things that government, that businesses in Nigeria are facing, as it were.
Yes.
It's even worse off because when you look at our status of fragility as a state, it also tells that government is gradually losing control over its territory and seeing more non-state actors who are now more powerful than the government. And so they even take revenue from citizens more than government will take. And these are the things that the nation is facing, that it will take a strong-willed leader who is a benevolent dictator to be able to stamp out this tide. And that's why a lot of people have argued that probably we have to get out of this 4-year, 2-term cycle and get a 1-term cycle, maybe of 6 years. And then the leader can be ruthless, understanding that I don't need to come back again to beg for food the next year.
Yes.
And so I can do what is right. Because trying to get votes sometimes can compromise standards.
Definitely.
And which is what we face. But I don't think strike help anybody. So rather than strike, put the energy together and build alternative business.
Talking about building alternative business, I want to take you on that quick break. But before I do, I want to appeal to you to please ensure that, first of all, you are following SOUQ News TV. If you are not following us, I don't know what the matter is with you. Please, we appeal to you. It's a holiday. Follow us. Also, like, comment. Let's know what your views are so that we can read it here and have this conversation with you. I also want to announce that my colleague, Chooks John Rogers, is in the building and he may be joining us via Skype from his Canada residence. Do not go anywhere. I'm still here, and of course, I am with the legacy owner of all the wisdom in the world, Dr. Idausa Samansi. Do not go anywhere. Stay with me.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
In Africa, if there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena, the name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. Dangote's unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dangote and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dangote, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one would ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled. Being an offspring of Dangote, or his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up would not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions, like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015. He won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjured as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,000 500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos. It is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one granted authority that combines real intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
First of all, be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen promises. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
They say success is the accumulated efforts, little efforts daily. And so today we want to tell you that you should keep pushing so that you can be successful. Welcome back to the SOUQ landscape. And this is SPL, where we dilute and dissect issues globally, internationally, and locally for you. I hope you're following us, so I will appeal to you to follow us on SOUQ News TV, and please drop your comments. My name is Swift Adirito, and again, I am not alone on this table. I have the very brilliant, I'll call him one of the most intelligent men in the building. Of course, we are talking about Dr. Idausa Osama Say. Dr. Idausa, welcome back. How are you doing?
I'm fine. Good to be here.
Good to be here. All right, I want to say thank you for taking out time from your very busy schedule to be on the show today. I appreciate you. Yes. All right. Talking about busy, let's go global right about now. Global energy supply is up next as U.S. relaxes sanctions on Venezuela oil firm amid crisis. The United States has relaxed sanctions on Venezuela. That's at Petróleos de Venezuela, allowing the limited oil trade and operations as part of the efforts to stabilize global energy supply. The move was communicated by the U.S. Treasury Department and reflects a shift in policy towards Venezuela oil and sector. The decision comes amid the ongoing U.S.-Israel war against Iraq, which has disrupted oil flows and has driven prices higher as U.S. officials aim to boost supply by enabling America and international companies to engage and control transactions involving Venezuela oil. Sir, this one is big. U.S. says no, and suddenly they say yes. Why?
If you are conversant with international relations practices, you will know that just like in domestic politics, states don't have permanent friends or permanent enemies. What is critical is the interest of the state that is paramount. If you read history, you realize that during the Russia Tsardom, the army were sent to a war against Germany. And as the army were marching forward, the Germans blocked every access of food supply to Russia.
Oh.
The army became very, very hungry. So rather than march forward, they came back home and overthrew the Tsar. And that was actually what paved way for the Bolshevik Revolution of 1906. Why is this very important?
Yes.
As the crisis between, the crisis in the Middle East persists, definitely nations are facing different kind of pressure.
Definitely.
The citizens in the US are paying higher bills. And we don't even know where we are with that crisis. I'm not sure that American president can say for certain that this is when this conflict is going to end. And like I was listening to a professor of political science from Tehran University 2 days ago, he said that Iran is prepared for a 25-year war.
Wow.
Against America. Whether they are able to sustain that 25 years is what we don't know.
Yes.
Because in the middle of the war, a lot is happening. And so this is going to be like a very long war because US, they don't really weigh the preparedness of the uranium for this particular onslaught, in my view. I listened to Netanyahu yesterday also, and he said that it may take time, but they will achieve their purpose. What does that suggest? Is to tell you that we are not seeing end in sight. As long as the Strait of Hormuz is disturbed, the flow of oil to the west east is unlikely to happen as quickly as possible. And therefore, we must be looking out for other sources to cushion the effect of this decision on the American locals. So, for me, it's one reason why this sanction is being lifted.
Yes.
So they can have supply, and the citizen will not be paying too much price for the crisis that is raging in the Middle East. So that is the way I see it.
I also wanted to talk about what's your take on these sanctions, because I hear, according to the details, there are some countries that are not allowed they are not allowed to partake of the Venezuela oil. Some of the countries listed is Russia, Iran, North Korea. And why do you think this is critical for US to do?
Yeah, it is important. When you listen to the Iranian talking about the Strait of Hormuz and said that they didn't block it, but they only block it to some certain people. So, if you read Robert Greene's strategies, three strategies for warfare, you remember that one of the principles that he highlighted is cutting off the enemy's source of supply, which was the story that I told you about Russia a while ago. So once you cut off the enemy's source of supply, it's easy for them to surrender quickly. So you see that as long as these people get this energy flowing into their country, they are likely to continue to. But if you stop the supply and they don't have, then of course you disempower them and then surrender can become easy on both sides. And I think that's the same strategy. So it's a warfare strategy that is being adopted by the powers that are in this struggle. So as long as Maduro is still drinking tea and coffee in the U.S., so it's they have a lot of control over what's happening in Venezuela at the moment. And so they can decree where these things can go and these things cannot go. So the thing you don't do in warfare is to empower your enemy to be able to fight.
Talking about empowerment, there's a school of thought who has said, look, in the United States right now, a gallon of petrol sells for, I think, about $3.84, and that the inflation rate is also going to tell on them because, you know, people are already becoming agitated.
How much is that in Naira?
That's more than 3,000 Naira. So, and now, if US, who is one of the biggest oil-producing nations and also the biggest consumer, if their petrol prices is going at 3 Naira, and there is indication, $3, yes, and there's indication that it may still rise. Do you think US is also putting all this in place because their economy is shaking?
Well, that's what I'm saying exactly, because the people are bearing the brunt of the crisis by paying higher for energy. And I don't know the extent to which the government is able to cushion this effect. So people are going to pay higher. And then, of course, that reduces the disposable income of the average household because you're spending more on energy right now. And therefore, other non-essentials, you have to abandon it. That will affect the luxurious industries.
Definitely.
It will affect mortgages, because people may not be able to pay mortgage because they are struggling to be able to meet up with energy costs and the rest of it. So there'll be a total distortion of the economy. And then that can ignite local revolts.
Definitely.
So to be able to manage all this, the state must find a way, even if it is settling with your old enemy, so that you can heave some sigh of relief. I think it becomes something wise to do. That's why I said, in politics, whether it's local or international, there are no permanent friends, there's no permanent enemy.
Yes.
What is permanent is interest.
Talking about permanent interest, let's run to agriculture very quickly. Apparently, agricultural exports from Kenya gains duty-free access to China for agriculture. Kenya is preparing its agricultural sector for a major export expansion after Chinese confirmed that Kenya farm produce will enter Asia market duty-free starting from May 1st. This development opens access to more than 1.4 billion consumers, providing Kenyan farms and agribusiness with a significant opportunity to increase foreign earnings and strengthen the sector's global presence. Kenya officials in Kenya are ramping up production, improving quality and standards, and coordinating logistics to ensure a smooth export rollout. While the analysts note the duty-free access could boost competitiveness and attract investors and enhance the country's agricultural value chain in the months ahead. Doctor, let me sound like somebody that is not in support of this. Is this really going to help the economy of Kenya or Africa if China keeps putting duty-free tax on goods that are coming in?
But let me say this one to President Ruto, if he can hear me. What is good for the goods is also good for the ganja. The last time I went to Kenya,
yes,
having just 15 pad, they took duty on me, and I was asking the custom officers. We are talking about after. Free trade zone.
Yes, I was about to say that.
I'm not coming for commerce in your country. I'm not selling anything. I'm having a souvenir. And you are collecting a tax of 37% on the things that I'm going to give out as gifts in your country. And I said, this was a crime against fellow black men.
I do agree.
I don't know, Ruto should investigate this at the international airports. You see, because this is what it is, trade movement. People can move their goods freely, and then you can have some competitive edge with the country. It's good for the Kenyans that their agricultural products can access China markets with or without duty. So that will encourage local production.
Okay.
Because farmers then, of course, will now be getting value for what they are producing, and that becomes incentive to farm them more. So in my view, it's a plus for Kenya. And it's not just to be in the paper, but we want to see real agricultural produce leave Kenya to Asia. And I think it's also speaking to the fact that the Asians still need food for their children.
Yes.
As the population is growing and is aging, they need help. And I think Africa should be the big brother right now.
Because some people have said, look, China is making it look like they are doing you a favor. They are removing, import duties. They are telling you you can bring your production. Now, the risk involved is, are you sure people would not prefer, especially farmers, to export products than feed the nation? We've seen it in Nigeria with cassava and some other products where the government had to step in very quickly.
Well, that would just be natural human sentiment to go to where value is. But for me, it's a good problem to have.
Okay.
We have a lot of young people who are idle.
Yes.
That needs to be employed and engaged. So if there's a market outside that there's a pressure to meet up the demand of that market, then we can invest in our local so that we can produce more. And then we can have enough to eat at home and then, of course, to ship outside. So, but the most fundamental thing is, there's a biblical side to this thing. I think it's Ecclesiastes chapter 11, verse 1, says, ship your grain abroad. After a while, profit will come to you. So Kenya is about to make profit. So it is good that this be shipped abroad, and profit sure will come.
Dr. Pastor Idausa, flesh and blood did not reveal that to you. All right, talking about revelations, let's jump into the banking economy. Apparently, there's a recapitalization going on. The banks are driving about $1 trillion economy, and this is happening in Nigeria. The Nigerian banking sector is set to play a pivotal role in the country's $1 trillion economic growth target. Following the success recapitalization of key banks, according to the central bank governor, Olayemi Cardoso. Speaking at the inaugural African Capital Forum in London on Tuesday, Cardoso highlighted that the recapitalization has strengthened the financial system, improving banks' ability to mobilize capital for investment and economical expansion. He noted that robust banks can support infrastructural development, industrial growth, and cross-border trading, reinforcing Nigeria's position as the regional financial hub. Now, this is brilliant. Doctor, first of all, I want to ask, when the projection first came about the $1 trillion economy, a lot of people said, this is not possible. And I remember you were on this table and said, everything is possible, and you were talking about some of the brilliant innovations and, rules that are being set up by the government, this particular government, to encourage investment, investor confidence and all that. Now we are looking at banks setting their own standard. What does this tell for the Nigerian economy?
I think for me it's very positive. I was reading on the performance of about 24 banks in the Nigerian NGS, their value in trillions. So what that means is that banks are having so much in their hand. And this is now opening doors for economy. By the way, I think it was 2 days ago, I went to somewhere in Victoria Island here, and I met a young lady, and he said to me, oh, come on, open bank accounts to us. We'll give you a loan. We will service. What does it take to take this loan? He said, no, it won't cost you anything. Just fill the form. We'll open an account for you. It tells you that gone are those days that we're just going there to look out for deposits, people to come and drop money. Banks are now also opening their doors for people to come take facilities to do business, which means we are beginning to start commercial banking from the arbitrage that we have been doing over the years. The only way banks were making money was simple. It's either you look for big politicians, or you have to go to know the central bank governor to be able to get Forex.
Yes.
And by the time you finish the arbitrage, you can declare your profit. But I think that era is gone right now.
Definitely.
State governments are no longer looking for those money as they used to do because of the increase in revenue allocation coming from the federation account. Many of them are no longer borrowing to pay salary.
Definitely.
So that has also removed some leverage from the big banks. And federal government itself is not borrowing. Rather than go to commercial bank, they are resorting to treasury bills, to bonds, to be able to raise funds from the ordinary citizens to fund their budget. So the banks are left with no other option but to expand the basis of operation. I thank God that Cardoso also had made that prophecy that if we must support the president's vision of a $1 trillion economy, then the bank had to be very robust and strong. And I think as we speak, most of the banks are now very well capitalized. And then we are willing to do business so that when foreigners are bringing in their foreign exchange, we can have the capacity to translate them into investable funds. So I think this is where it's a plus, and that Cardoso has done well. No doubt about that.
Has done well. Talking about Cardoso, I also want to commend people who are doing very well. I want to say thank you to everybody who has been viewing and who are still viewing and who have taken out time to drop their comments. It's not too late. Please drop your comments so that we can read and analyze. The first person we want to say thank you to is from Praise Martins. Praise seems to have a very good opinion of me being the anchor. I know, Doctor, if I read the message, Doctor will be jealous, but it's fine.
Please follow her. She's beautiful enough. Keep following her. Follow her on all social media handles.
God bless you, Doctor. Thank you. The next person has to be Crypto Alpha. And Crypto Alpha says Dangote is a major savior for the Nigerian economy. Do you agree with him, sir?
Well,
the word savior.
I don't want to take the word savior. That is a major savior. Dangote has taken advantage, undertaken risk to do business in Nigeria, and is better off for it. I don't think there's any economy anywhere in the world where he would have invested that kind of money, and in less than 2 years, is able to pay down half of
this investment.
the facility.
The turnover is beautiful. Yes.
It won't happen in any economy in the world.
So Nigeria has happened to him.
Yes. Nigeria also has saved him. So we are mutually beneficial to each other.
I like that. Well, Crypto Alpha comes for you. It says Dr. Idausa is heavily representing the elites. You need to defend yourself at this time because, of course, we are talking about you owning your own refinery. It says, in this discussion, dear SOUQ News, who will talk for the ordinary Nigerians? Oh.
Every Nigerian is ordinary. There's no supernatural Nigeria. Every of us, we are ordinary people. And as you see, sometimes people think that there's no elite anywhere. We are all ordinary people to the extent that we rely on God for breath and for wisdom.
Yes.
And I think my advice to people is just that let's do the things that we do rightly. I had opportunity to speak to my niece 2 days ago, and I was asking her, what are you going to do? He said, oh, you know, this HND BSc distinction. I want to go and start a BSc program. I said, what's the distinction? Because we want to work for government. Must you work for government, really?
Big question.
If you're a CEO, who is asking you whether it's HND you have or OND? Or even if it's NEPA bill, that is your certificate. Nobody asks.
That's true.
So people will only be concerned whether your certificate is NEPA bill if you are going to give it to somebody else to review. Think about building your wealth, which is important. And I think that the person himself must realize that if he runs a business, he would not want to run it at a loss.
True.
And that is why he is working for somebody not for free. He's earning income. So, but the man who is paying must be able to have enough profits to be able to pay. Otherwise, all of us come to square one.
Yes.
When the chicken comes to roost. So I feel that I'm not speaking for any elite. I'm not speaking for government. I just feel that because we are a market-driven people, Nigerians by nature are not socialists.
We like to.
We are capitalists.
Yes.
But communal in nature. I grew up in an environment where everybody is industrious and we head to the market to go and sell. So how do I do a farm and then come and give it to somebody for free? So the issue here is not whether somebody is speaking for the ordinary Nigeria. It's the fact that the ordinary Nigeria is also speaking for himself. Myself and Chooks, we went to somewhere in 7 and 8 Gates to go and eat buka food.
Okay.
When we finished eating that food, they charged us 7,500 per plate. And I was asking him, you see, ordinary Nigeria, we are eating buka food for 7,000 per plate.
I'm so excited about this revolution because you have been owing me lunch for a long time. Yes.
Everybody is benefiting somehow. The Okada man that used to take you 50, that is no longer taking 50.
200.
He has increased it.
Yes.
The Korokpe man has increased. The woman frying akara on the road has increased. So all of us, we are ordinary Nigerians. But what we are also doing is that we are investing our resources and we are expecting return. I quoted Bible just now.
Yes.
It said, ship your grain abroad. After a while, profit will come to you. So even God recognizes the value of profit. So we cannot expect that people do business and they don't get value for it. You can't eat your cake and have it.
Talking about value, the same person just, before you started to comment, says Dr. Idausa is in lecturer's mode. Caesar, see waiting you cause. So Dr. Idausa, in fact, today, this person, thank you so much, Crypto Alpha. In fact, I owe you 2 bottles, 2 bottles of pure water, by the way. And the next person has a comment. It says, and I will focus to you, since they say you're in lecturer mode. It says, how can African nations position itself to take advantage of Iran-US-Israel crisis? How can we align for the future benefits? How can they avoid pitfalls with this crisis that has blown up?
I think the problem that is we have as Africans,
yes.
I think is more ego. There's so much pride among Africans, and I think that's a bigger problem. And that's why Africa has not been able to form a bond like the European Union had done. That brings the entire of Europe together. And they are able to do things the same way. There's so much pride in Africa. Like I said to people, when you see businesses in the West are coming together to consolidate, here in Africa, we are fragmented because everybody wants to be a CEO. So I think that's a bigger problem that Africans have to deal with. And that was why when Kwame Nkrumah, God bless his soul, was pushing for an African Union, a one united African state. Many African leaders did not support him.
Yes.
We saw Mama Gaddafi also try to push it. And people say, oh, he wants to impose himself on us because we are not subscribing to that collective life together. So we are operating small, and then we're actually not having enough traction globally. So I think that's what we need to learn. That everybody must not be CEO.
Yes.
You even see companies that are flourishing in the West. They are making profit. They will sell it to somebody else. Not even the one that are not making profit. They will sell the company to somebody else. You see mergers. You see acquisition.
Yes.
Even look at the banking thing that people were thinking. People thought that some people will swallow their pride and merge so that we can have better operation. Never. Everybody is struggling, running around to see how to collect money to be able to
sell
remain.
Shares.
Yes, of course. So this is what you find in the real African spirit. But if African is able to leverage what is going to happen here, then, of course, Africa must come together as one and see how we can build resources together. Remember when President Muhammad Buhari, God bless his soul, was trying to construct a rail track that goes to Niger Republic. Many people in Nigeria said that it was his retirement benefit.
Yes.
Because he was from Niger, so he wanted a train to go to his village. You see, that was a height of ignorance. What people didn't realize was the fact that most of the things we are calling local rice here, the paddy they use in making the local rice, majority of it come in from that route.
Yes.
That was actually to facilitate trade between the two nations. But people didn't see it that way. So the problem in Africa is a problem of unity. If Africans can unite, you know, Africa will be bigger and better. But as long as you refuse to unite, the West will continue to exploit you individually.
Okay, so Praise Martin says that SBL is quite lively today. She says that this is a perfect combination of you and I.
Not true.
Since we are going to build our own refinery.
Bad combination.
I think it is a beautiful combination. Of course, talking about combinations, you won't believe it, but we want to come to the end of the show. But before we come to the end of the show, Doctor, there's something that is really critical. What do you think? Because I see young people in Nigeria, and I see the fact that many times social media has become a place or a tool where people can easily be pushed around. What's the advice you have for young people in Nigeria to stay fit before we end the show? To stay fit.
Well, I think to the everyday young Nigeria, one thing that you should understand, that the life in the social media is a fake life. Those are packaged life, and they are not as real as they see them. We need to understand that some people are deliberately making money of the social media. And so all the content that you see there do not represent what it is. For me, what is fundamental is that as a young man, as a young woman, you have to discover yourself early, which is quite very important. Wow. Because if you lose your time, then there's a big problem. I was saying to some colleagues just now, growing up, talking to my children, I said there are two scriptures I want them to keep in their head. The first is that in Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 1, the Bible says, for everything under the sun, there's a time and there's a season. There's a time to plant and there's a time to harvest. There's a time to be born and there's a time to die. You know, so we must understand that this time are fixed. And I told my children that any fruit that is produced outside of its season cannot be sweet. Whether it's mango, whether it's orange, whether it's carrot, whether it's cucumber, any fruit produced outside of its season does not have the real taste. And so we must understand this timing, that the things that you are supposed to do yesterday, don't carry them over to today. Otherwise, you become older, and then you are not able to achieve what you are supposed to achieve, which is a problem that a lot of people have to deal with. So my advice is that understand and obey the law of time. Break it, you pay the consequences. Then the second is the fact that people talk a lot about these days. So the place is Thursday. Oh, I have a mental health. Leave mental health issue and face your life. If what you are doing is right, like God said to Cain, if you have done what is right, you would have been accepted. Now that you are not accepted, sin is crawling into your heart. You have to master it, otherwise it will take hold of you. So what does that mean? It's simply to say that as a young person, know that if you do what is right, you will be accepted. It doesn't matter whether your parents are poor or whether your parents are rich. It doesn't matter whether you are an Igbo man or a Yoruba person. It doesn't matter where you come from. There's no color. All of us using Samsung, we don't know where it's even produced. Only very few intelligent people will know that this is a Korean company product. Nobody go to the market and say, which country produced Samsung? We buy it for its functionality.
Definitely.
So if you produce something that beats the market, they are not going to say, is this from Africa or from Nigeria?
Definitely.
And so that should be our aspiration. To be pace setters for the world. That whatever our hands find to do, do it with all your might. And there is profit that comes with it.
All right, thank you to everybody who is still commenting. Somebody has said that social media is the fake life. It's a packaged life. And he has quoted you, hashtag Dr. Idosa Osama said 2026. Talking about running out of time, it's time for me to say thank you and bye-bye to you. I want to tell you to have a very beautiful day. And of course, take everything we have said on this table to heart. My name is Swift Aderito. I will see you again, same time, same station or same channel next week, Thursday. But of course, SBL runs Mondays to Fridays with different brilliant hosts who will do justice. Doctor.
Thank you. It was a pleasure being here on the show this morning. It's still a holiday. Mind your spending. There is a Monday that we need to come to work and don't eat everything. And that is the only way to survive. See you again tomorrow.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian or Mosunde Lawson. It's Ife Rita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare. I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news. You can have unlimited news first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please, guys, keep watching
SOUQ News.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your call. Listen, go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so wanna listen, If you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that bar road where they warrior for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development where they work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse. We dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Uyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM. Driven by numbers, decisions shape destinies. Every investment tells a story. Every policy shifts the future. Every market move creates opportunity. At SOUQ News Television and the Hour 95.9 FM, we decode the markets, analyze the numbers, and track the forces shaping Africa's growth. From boardrooms to capital floors, from policy reforms to capital flows, we follow the money and the momentum. Because progress isn't accidental, it is built, measured, reported. SOUQ News Television, where business leads, economies evolve, where development begins.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian or Mosunde Lawson. It's Ife Rita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Roshan Dare. I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news. You can have unlimited news first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please, guys, keep watching
SOUQ News.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music and arts. Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos, for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison. People such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum, where there are pictures and artifacts. Some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
Protect your heart health daily because every heartbeat counts literally. Hello, my name is Emmanuel Olise and this is SOUQ Health Tips. Let's talk about your heart, the tireless engine that keeps you alive. Most heart diseases are preventable through daily habits, not just medication. Eat for your heart. Choose foods rich in fiber like oats, beans, and vegetables. Use healthy fat from olive oil, avocados, and fish. Limit salt, sugar, and trans fats. Distress your arteries. Move every day. Even 30 minutes of brisk walking improves blood flow and lowers cholesterol. Your heart loves movement more than marathons. Quit smoking. Cut alcohol. Tobacco and excessive alcohol damage your heart lining and blood vessels. There's no safe level of smoking. Quit early, live longer. Manage stress. Chronic stress raises blood pressure. Practice deep breathing instead. Stay connected with loved ones and rest well. In summary, your heart responds to how you live, not just how you treat it. Feed it well, move often, and rest deeply and love fully. I'm Emmanuel Olise, and this is Protect Your Heart. Protect Your Heart is the rhythm of your life. Rest isn't laziness, it's your body's reset button. Hello, my name is Emmanuel Olise, and this is SOUQ Health Tips. Today, let's discuss one of the most underrated health boosters, sleep. You can eat right and exercise daily, but without good sleep, your body never truly recovers. Number 1, sleep is cellular repair. During deep sleep, your body heals, builds muscles, and restores energy. It's also when your brain clears out toxins and strengthens memory. 2, stick to a schedule. Go to bed and wake up at the same time every day, even on weekends. Your body thrives on rhythm. 3, create a sleep sanctuary. Dim lights, cool temperature, and 0 screens before bed. Your bedroom should tell your body it's time to rest. 4, avoid late caffeine and heavy meals. They interfere with deep sleep stages. Opt for herbal tea or light snacks instead. In summary, sleep isn't optional, it's essential medicine. Protect it like you would any prescription. I'm Emmanuel Lise, and this is SOUQ Health Tips. Sleep well, your body's counting on it.
Driven by numbers, decisions shape destinies. Every investment tells a story. Every policy shifts the future. Every market move creates opportunity. At SOUQ News Television and the Hour 95.9 FM, we decode the markets, analyze the numbers, and track the forces shaping Africa's growth.
From boardrooms to capital floors, from policy reforms to capital flows, we follow the money and the momentum. Because progress isn't accidental, it is built, measured, reported. SOUQ News Television, where business leads, economies evolve, where development begins.
Wole Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masque and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was
A
very good morning to you and welcome to Across Borders, your window into the stories that connect nations, shape migration, and reveal how global events are actually impacting lives beyond their points of origin. My name is Grace Komolafe, and this morning on the program today, we shall be exploring the intersection of policy, people and place, bringing you conversations that matter across continents. By doing so, we turn our focus to the rising tensions between Iran and the United States. Now, let's take a look at how the distant conflict is shaping African lives across borders, the growing uncertainty among Africans in the diaspora, and the ripple effects that are already being felt across the continent. How do Africans really perceive this global tension, and is the continent prepared for shocks like this? To have this conversation, our guest, Bishop Dr. Abraham Johannes Williams, will be joining us virtually. He is a Sierra Leonean Liberian journalist, an activist, orator, and a prolific writer with deep insight into governance, society, and cross-border African realities. However, before we bring him on board, we would go on a break right after then the conversation can begin. Please stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back, and thank you for joining us on Across Borders. Once again, my name is Grace Komolafe. Our topic today is Middle East conflict, how U.S., Israel, and Iran tensions affect Africans. And to have this conversation, I did mention before we went on that break that we have a guest, and he's joining us from Liberia this morning, and that's Bishop Dr. Abraham Johannes Williams, a prolific writer, journalist, and of course, he's got deep insight into governance, society, and cross-border African realities. Good morning, Doctor. Dr. Williams, good morning, sir. Can you please unmute your mic? Please unmute. Please unmute your device if you can hear me.
Is it okay now?
Yes, it is fine. A very good morning to you. So pleased to have you join us on Across Borders again.
Okay, good morning, Grace. I'm very pleased to join with you again this time and Across Borders from Liberia.
Yes, thank you so much. How is Liberia this morning?
Well, Liberia is here and buzzing. Well, of course, you know that tomorrow is likely the day of Ramadan. So everybody is moving up and down, especially the Muslims, trying to get themselves prepared for tomorrow. Well, as we get into the program, we will get to know how Liberia is doing in terms of what's happening in the middle.
Yes, and I want to use this medium to say happy Ramadan to all of our Muslim faithfuls, brothers and sisters all over the world. So let's begin by looking at some critical areas, though we may not be able to exhaust all of them due to time, but we'll do what we can. So, Doctor, it's no longer news that there is an ongoing conflict between U.S., Israel, and Iran. From your perspective, how are Africans, interpreting these tensions between the two parties? Is it seen as a distant geopolitics or something that is already affecting our daily lives?
Thank you very much, Grace. I think this particular conflict in the Middle East, especially between Iran and America and Israel, is affecting the whole world, and Africa is not exclusive. But maybe let me start with a little bit of preliminary introduction of what has informed this one. We see that the Middle East is a very critical area, right from biblical days, and history is kind of revolving around that area, and from the biblical perspective, prophetic perspective, and maybe geopolitical perspective, you will see that the Middle East is very critical. So the peace, the safety, and even the economy of the world. So looking at how the conflict in, between Iran and Israel, and of course U.S. in addendum, is having a serious impact currently. Well, Africa has not positioned itself economically in a way where shocks like this will be able to be contained and controlled. By that I mean, the economy of Africa depends mostly on outsiders, the West, and also the Middle East, that basically supplies most of our petroleum products. So we see that with the particular conflict going on now in the Middle East, we see that the price of petroleum products is hiking already. It's topping up all over Africa. We see that when petroleum prices go up, definitely there is a ripple effect. It reverberates to transportation cost hikes. And once transportation cost hikes, then it goes to all the commodities because people have to move their goods here and there. And then transporters having the prices of petroleum goods coming up, especially gas, will have to also raise their prices. So it's telling already here in Liberia, it's telling the north. Prices of petroleum goods are up and transportation costs is up here in Liberia. Also in neighboring Sierra Leone, in Guinea, and I think across the board in Africa.
All right, good. So it's okay that you've actually taken us to the key impact that we are experiencing now, but I want us to talk about it much later. You know, I would like you to address a particular concern. But of course, I want to ask, to what extent does this situation expose Africa's structural dependence on global trade and supply system? Because if the voice, I mean, the crisis is far away from Africa, and yet we are feeling it this much. To what extent would you say it has exposed, you know, Africa's structural dependence on global trade and supply?
Yeah, Africa, I would say, has suffered a reverberation of the transatlantic slave trade and the trans-Saharan slave trade that dehumanized Africa and Africans for about 400 to 500 years. And as a result of that kind of torture, mental torture, subjugation, is that Africans were made to feel subhuman to Westerners and other races. And as such, you will see that even when the slave trade receded, and then you had the colonialism that came on, which I consider as slave trade legitimized, so that Africans consider themselves as subhuman, as if they were not equal to the whites, they were not equal to the Britons, they are not equal to the Australians, they are not equal to the Americans, they are not equal to the Germans, and all the white race, basically. So you find out that that mentality has made us to be subjugated to the point that when colonialism came in, there was massive exploitation of Africa. And African leaders should pretend and overreach because they saw themselves as stooges, as puppets of the West. As we are coming out of colonialism, we realized that our African leaders could not really stand up onto nationalizing our economies. And so there was massive exploitation of African economies, our natural resources, our mineral resources. And as such, we found out that we were not able to stand on our feet. We became slaves economically. And once you are not able to fend for yourself, once you are not able to raise up your own funds and implement your own projects on your own, those who help you to implement that, those who help you to be able to move on and make your projects to actualization, you depend on them. And that's been our problem from, of course, the slave trade and, of course, especially in the colonial period. Now we're in the new colonial period and it's economic slavery. So we depend on the West, mostly. And of course now, we also depend on the Middle East for our inflow of petroleum products, which we depend on mostly to be able to move on all over the place. So we see that Africa has had that dependency syndrome. We cannot do without that. Africa does not have refineries, for example. You will see that Nigeria has been trying, grappling so much to have a refinery. The late Buhari, Muhammad Buhari, peace be to his ashes, tried so much to be able to work on and overhaul and be able to get the Nigerian refineries, on course. It did not work. Dangote is working on his own. Up to now, it's ongoing. So we see that we don't have viable refineries in Africa. And as such, we depend on refineries of our petroleum products in the West, in the Middle East. And so problems that are facing the Middle East are having a ripple reverberation very directly upon the African economy. Prices are going up as a result of that. So I would think, Grace, that Africa needs to recalibrate in terms of, especially the petroleum products, having intra-African investments in the area of petroleum products, petroleum infrastructure. We should have, for example, refineries in Nigeria. We should have refineries in South Africa. We should have refineries in North Africa. We should have refineries in all the regions of Africa, at least one, so that as issues like this take place in the globe, which we are not really participating in, which we have not caused anything to let it happen. It is a geopolitical, it's an economic and geopolitical dominance issue, with the West, with also those in the Middle East, with Iran, I would say especially, trying to find its way in the nuclear age, for example. So we see that Africa is so dependent upon the West and the economies of the Middle East to be able to survive. It makes us to begin to introspect.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your thought. I think all of this that you've been able to put together, we can relate that to the dominance that is out there, that is much talk about. I think we're also going to get to that as well. Now you've talked about the oil, the petrol, and all of that. Thank God for Dangote and thank God for Nigeria and every other African countries who believe that we'll continue to strive and someday we'll get there. But there's been a lot of focus on the Strait of Hormuz. And I see some Nigerians say, oh, we'll produce oil. Why is Dangote increasing price? Is oil price, is it priced globally? And all kind of questions. So can you explain why this location is so critical and how tensions there end up affecting fuel prices across the globe?
Yes, we will see that among all the countries, there's the OPEC countries, those oil-producing countries in the world, we see that the Middle East have positioned themselves, okay? Whether it's Iran, whether it's Saudi Arabia, they have positioned themselves in such a way that they've had huge oil refineries and infrastructure in their places. So as they drill oil, we find out that they have the wisdom to be self-reliant, and so they have developed very massive infrastructures there. The Strait of Hormuz is a very, very critical one, because that's where if you like, the global route of exit into the world takes place. So from the Strait of Hormuz, the oil now begins to distribute, even in the Middle East, distribute in the West, distribute to Africa, and those kinds of things are happening. And so, when the Strait of Hormuz is in context, there is a serious problem. The Iranian authorities are using this advantage that is with them to be able to strangulate Israel and America, because everywhere in the world will depend on energy, the petroleum energy, to be able to move around, and also to be able to power our nuclear plants and projects. And so Iran has been able to see its geopolitical position and location as an advantage they can exploit in this particular war. War is something that is unpredictable. You will start it, you don't know where it's going to end. And everybody begins to look at what are the areas that they can hold on to as an advantage to outwit the enemies or the adversaries. And because the Strait of Hormuz is extending right from Iran, you will see into the waters. So the Iranian authorities, especially the regime that is there, see that now we can use this one effectively to our advantage. And so they are trying to protect that Strait of Hormuz and buy it from their enemies and adversaries. But lately, they have been trying to compromise a little bit to say, okay, we can allow vessels to move and come and go and get petroleum products, the gas, fuel, basically. But it can only happen with the Chinese yuan. Look, let me tell you, this conflict is not only an economical conflict, it is a geopolitical conflict. China has moved in because they want to now come in and present their dominance to America, which has been like the lone country trying to police the whole world and trying to make sure that the whole system, of the world is tailored in by them, is dictated by them, more or less. And so China is trying to come in and be able to remove the dollarization of petrol, the dollarization of gas. So once that one happens, it means that the economy of the US is going to plummet. And that is a very critical situation. The world is now multipolar, and the US is trying to maintain dominance. And China sees this as an advantage and as a critical opportunity to enter in. Of course, Russia and North Korea are also backing them up as a league, the BRICS league, So it's a very critical issue. I wouldn't want to delve into the, how would I call it, into the prophetic and religious civilization matter, because that is a very critical thing. When we begin to discuss that, we will let things spiral out of control.
Okay. Okay. So, you know, I like the fact that you mentioned that when you start something, I mean, this time around, it doesn't really have to be war. Whatever you start, I mean, most times you just want to start, you look at it from a different angle that this is where it's going to end, but in most cases, it doesn't end the way you see it. Do you understand? And you have mentioned that, yes, you start a war and you don't know how it's going to end. And of course, a lot of things have been happening, and you have mentioned, you know, China trying to come in and all of that. Do you think that the U.S. will, you know, give in just like that, especially when it comes to the superpower thing that is, you know, all over, and the dominance the U.S. is seen as, you know, the superpower, the most powerful, and all of that? Do you think at any point, with the way the situation is now, U.S. is going to back out?
It's a very unfortunate situation. U.S., I would say the President of the United States of America, really miscalculated this whole situation. They felt like Iran was just like maybe Venezuela and some other countries. But Iran is actually proven to be a very, very formidable actor in this matter. So the President of America did not think through very seriously. They thought this particular conflict was going to come and go very easily because they will show the dominance. And I tell you, the U.S. is not going to just back off like that because they are a superpower, a world superpower. Let's say they pride themselves as being the best economy in the world, having the best military infrastructure, air power, and so on and so forth. So they are not going to back out like that. So as a result of that, we should pray that the conflict does not escalate. It doesn't go into a month or two. Because as it continues, you will see the reverberations going into the Middle East of the U.S. bases in Saudi Arabia, in Bahrain, and other places. So you will see that with that happening, the Middle East will have like a serious tension going on, whereby those are the countries where Iran is now bombing into their infrastructure, their refineries, bombing into several other areas, and even civilian population may want to see themselves as being attacked by Iran. And look, Saudi Arabia right now is seeing the war as it really looks like. Something they have been envisaging and advocating for, a war against Iran to stop them from developing nuclear warheads and so forth. At this point, you will see that they are seeing the reverberation effect on them, the impact on them, even though they have not declared themselves as part of the war. And so they are restraining themselves for something they had actually envisaged and actually advocated for. That's what happens. Sometimes you advocate for something, but you don't know the ramifications of it and the impact until they come to your doorstep. They just began to see. And now they are like backing up and restraining themselves. United States of America is the greatest superpower in the world. Do you think they will allow Iran to kind of dominate them and disgrace them, if you like, in this particular war? Look, let's say, if Iran shows themselves very strongly as they are doing currently, and they go beyond this point, I think a nuclear war may have to arise because the United States of America and Israel will not allow Iran to subdue them in this way. And just know that it's not only Iran now. Iran has some allies. United, Russia, North Korea, China are with them, and others may be coming on board. And so, if this one spirals out of control, then a third world war is triggered unnecessarily over some petty things that could be, discussed diplomatically and tried to handle.
Okay, Doctor, thank you so much for your insight so far. While you were talking, I had a couple of things coming to my head because we've seen a couple of videos, we've read, stories and all of that. So, but I don't want us to go there because I know there are bigger issues within, the U.S. itself because of this war. But we're just going to move away from that and get to some other questions. Now, the effect, the impact is huge. Everybody is feeling it. Let's come to media. From media standpoint, how well are African media platforms reframing and explaining this crisis to the public? How well are they reframing, and explaining this crisis to the public? At least, people's mental stability and all of that is important. What's your take?
That's a very important question. It's very unfortunate that our media outlets, most of it in Africa, are reactionary, not preemptive. So, when this war was preempted and was being talked about, when the first peace talks kind of fell out, and we saw what happened, and then Donald Trump now gave the warning shot that they were going to engage Iran very seriously and decisively. I think the African media across the board should have begun to sensitize the public that, look, what we are looking at, the Iran-Israel conflict, and with years back in Israel, is something that will be far-reaching beyond what we can envisage. They should have been preparing the public, the government media, the ministries of information all across the African continent, because we know that Africa is so dependent on these other economies and these other infrastructures in those countries where the wars are going to take place. Then it means that we will have a ripple effect for something that we are not prepared for something that we have had nothing to do to escalate, that we have anything to do to even cause, for example. African media was supposed to have been very proactive and preemptive, and that did not really happen. I don't know what happened in Nigeria, but for most part of the African continent that I have been researching on, we've not had any public awareness and sensitization of the people, so they know that, look, hey, something is happening in the Middle East, and this one is going to have geopolitical and economic reverberation, especially, first of all, looking at the economic reverberation. Now, the geopolitical issues have not yet come up because the war has not become full-blown. When they do, God forbid, it will have effect on us, like in the First and especially the Second World War. But now, the economic effect for something that you have no part to play in. Now, all of a sudden, in a week, in the 2 weeks, you see that the prices of petroleum products are hiking, and the prices of transportation costs are hiking in your countries. Without your control, you have nothing to do about that because you do not have refineries. Just imagine, Africa is so dependent that even though we have oil-producing countries, like Nigeria is an oil-producing country, Libya is another producing country. We see that even in Liberia and Sierra Leone, I remember that since I was in elementary school, I am 61 years old now. Since I was in elementary school, they have been exploring oil in Sierra Leone. And in Liberia, they've been doing it for ages, likewise. But up until now, they are still exploring. Just exploiting, the oil reserves that are in the country and carrying them out in the name of exploration. So you will see that we did not engage the public, we did not engage the populace, we did not engage the people to know that this war that is taking place far away from us has economic impact on us, apart from the political and also the geopolitics of it. When it escalates, we are supposed to have engaged the people. Our media, especially, we are supposed to engage the people to prepare them. But it's not happening, and even our politicians are not doing that way, because most of our politicians are there mostly to make money for themselves.
Okay, thank you so much, Bishop Dr. Williams. Well, we'll still talk about this report, but I want us to look at it from a different perspective again. Yes, earlier I mentioned about mental stability. There's some sort of information that some individuals would see and will feel like, oh, what is this? But again, I want to ask, and I'm going to take you away a bit from Africa this time. Let me take you away from Africa. Now, like Israel, on the street of social media, I get to hear that, Israel is not giving out the exact information, maybe for some set of laws or rules. They give out just a bit, they cover up some. Now, when it comes to a journalist underreporting a situation, what impact does this have on the people, either far or near? And of course, again, how about exaggerated reporting? Because when you go to social media, you're just picking up stuffs. That some are exaggerated, some are just put together, AI made, and all of that. And of course, we have some that are so real. So in this case, what impact would you say it is having on the people? Either it's underreported or exaggerated.
Yeah, well, you see, in Africa and most parts of the world, I have come to realize that both politics and war are run by propaganda. And as such, you will see that the two countries that are basically involved, Iran and Israel, have media that are very, very restricted. So you will see that the journalists maybe are not to blame in this particular instance. I would like to exonerate them, if you like, even though they may have to pry in. They may have friends, in the countries that are there who will be able to give them some specific information, whose identities will not have to be disclosed, because of their safety. But I will think that journalists will not be blamed very much, because the two countries are restricted completely in terms of divulging information. But the underreporting of what is happening in Iran and also what is happening in Israel is giving us a whole lot of confusion, because like you said, you have people that are normally taking sides. Those that are taking sides because of religious affiliation, those that are taking sides because of geopolitical affiliation, are either under reporting or over-reporting, exaggerating things, or underestimating what is happening in both of the countries and those that are involved in the area. So you will see that it's causing a lot of confusion. And with all this AI information coming on, you see that you just don't know what is happening, because you have certain sites that are very, very authentic, and they report information that is real, information that is not doctored. But at the end of the day, how will you know? How will you know? Some people are so confused, they don't know what is really happening. It's like you are looking at a situation that is very dangerous, very precarious, and it's coming to you, but then you will not be able to have the right information, because the right information comes, the wrong information comes, the right one comes, and the wrong one comes. At the end of the day, you're confused over which one is right, which one is wrong. That's the predicament that we are in terms of media coverage, I would say.
Okay, thank you so much. We are just going to do maybe one or two more questions before we go on a short break. I think our time is really running fast. I've got a couple of questions. Hopefully, we can take more of them even after the break. So let's do this. Let's talk about Africans in the diaspora. What level of uncertainty or risk do you think they are currently facing, especially in regions closer to the conflict? And I want to add that what's the right thing to do or to be done by the home country? Are African leaders rising to the occasion?
Yeah, you see, the problem we have is that the African infrastructure in terms of certain organizations like the African Union, like the old airports, SADC, the East African arrangements, and all the other ones are not doing justice to Africa, as far as I'm concerned. They are not doing justice. They are only basically cruising by, living affluent lives at the expense of the people, because all of these things are really working in their interest, because they send them more donations and so forth. But I would think that it's very important for African leaders to see this thing as a wake-up call. Just like Donald Trump, as he took over, in 2024, began to say, well, we're cutting down aid to Africa. And everybody was very jittery and tired in Africa because the US aid was, kind of...
Hello, doctor, are you there? All right, so let's just take a break. We'll go on a short break now, and when we come back, the conversation and across borders will continue. Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian or Mosunde Lawson. It's Ife Rita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare.
I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news. You can have unlimited news first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please, guys, keep watching.
SOUQ News.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, this POS matter, don't pass your call. If you go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so wanna listen, If you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development where they work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike. aka Ogwefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Welcome back, and glad to know that you are still with us. This is Across Borders, just in case you're just joining us. And we've been having a great moment with Bishop Dr. Abraham Johannes Williams. And of course, the conversation has been around the Middle East conflict, how the US, Israel, and Iran tension affects Africans. So, Doctor, we're just going to go into the next question. Let's look back to history. You know, looking back to the 1979 revolution in Iran, which actually removed a US-backed government. How much of today's tension with the United States is rooted in that historic shift?
Yeah. I think that is very significant. We will see that United States as a world power, they pride themselves as being leaders of the free world. But I have always said, and in my book I presented, how free is the free world? When you say it's free, that means you're giving people the mental leverage, you're giving them the political leverage, you're giving them the ideological leverage. But you will see that it's not the same. It's not like that. Democracy is not something you can impose on others. But America has had that history really of trying to dominate the world by handpicking leaders, so that those leaders in the world, whether it's in Nicaragua, whether it's in Cuba, whether it's in Libya, whether it's in Venezuela, in Vietnam, all of those places where the people want to think independently and to choose for themselves which civilization to actually follow, or whether they can craft their own civilizations. You'll find that the United States have come to impose their leadership, impose their ideology on other civilizations. Of course, granted, I would say that there are certain civilizations that kind of either religiously or politically infiltrate with violence, even oppressing and repressing their own people, which is wrong. But yet still, there is a way of dialoguing and filing some pressure and sanctions and so forth in order to bring them to the negotiating table. But America has had that history of notoriety or trying to handpick leaders for different countries, which they are not part of. They defy the sovereignty of those countries. So you will see that as a result of that, they made the world very, very insecure. And as a result of all of that, you see that from 1979, since the outset, the American supported regime, they have been behind Iran with sanctions. Just imagine having sanctions for almost like 50 years, if you like, almost. You see that is very restraining. That's very repressive of a particular country, which you are not part of. This is their own country. You can fight pressure to the United Nations. You can fight pressure to the United Nations Security Council and several other global arrangements, so that Iran will see reason to be able to open up, so they can give freedom to people in terms of religious affiliation and religious observance and practice. But that's not the case. So as a result of that, there has been tension since the Islamic regime took over. Unfortunately, they themselves, the Islamic regime, have been so notorious, killing thousands of people You rule the people. Religion is not something that you can impose on people. God himself does not impose himself on us. If God were to do that, he would have destroyed the world over and over again. Yes, but God doesn't do that. He offers himself as the best option. But whoever wants to follow, you follow. When you don't follow, there are repercussions. There are consequences. But for America, they must superimpose themselves, on people's own civilization. And we should know that Iran has been a world power, long years ago. It's been one of the earliest world powers, the kingdom of Persia, or Medo Persia. So you see that Iran is not a very small potato to deal with. Iran is an ancient civilization. For you to be handled that, to be able to handle that one, you should have some leverage. You should have negotiations. You should have understanding of where they are at and be able to drive them to the point where they can understand that we need to open up. But that's not the point. That's not the case. And unfortunately, I would say too, their repression of their own citizens who feel that they need to be given the right to choose what religion to follow and how they should live their lives. You cannot be God. God is God. Even those who feel they are following religion very inherently. I'm a bishop. You will realize that they have so much flaws within themselves. So you allow people to live their lives, and eventually they'll have the consequences. But then guide them through. That's been the flaw of the Iranian system. But America has tried to impose itself, whether it's in Iran, in Libya, and in other places of the world.
Okay, so I know you've actually mentioned a bit talking about the dominance and religion and all of that. And again, you talked about having a dialogue, So for them to be able to come together and say, oh, well, let's have this conversation, let's have this dialogue, it means that both parties are really willing to, let go some certain things. So on this hand, we are looking at the superpower and dominance thing, and on the other hand, we're having the religious thing. So, I mean, it's a whole lot. And, U.S. is that country that people look up to, countries look up to. So it's a whole lot of questions. Some analysts argue that U.S. actions in the Middle East are driven by a desire to maintain dominance and strategic relevance. Others see this, not as dominance, but as a security strategic strategy, particularly around the nuclear concerns and the regional stability. I want to ask, where do you stand? And again, most importantly, I want to add, is it accurate to frame this tension as a form of long-term retaliation or unresolved conflict dating back decades?
Yeah, well, in history, it is said that the immediate causes of conflict may be very flimsy, but the remote causes that have accumulated over the period. And so you will see that in terms of geopolitical, economic dominance, and trying to dominate the whole world, being a world superpower, making the world to be just, maybe I would say bipolar, So it's the U.S. and the West. That's what, basically U.S. wants things to be like. So you will see that because of that, they will be trending in that direction. But you will see that the effects of what to a point where it's very, very difficult to contain and to be able to control. War is not something that you can contain and control because you don't know what's going to happen next. So, but for me, I will think that this war has different ramifications. And my prayer is that it doesn't cross to the religious ramification. Because when that war happens, it spirals out of control, because religion is faith-based, and faith drives people, I wouldn't say erratically, but in that kind of direction. People can do anything when it comes to religion, because they think that you are actually trampling upon their religious beliefs, their faith, and their worship of the Almighty God and so forth. So when that happens...
So sorry, I'm just going to quote you here now. Sorry, I'm going to quote you. I've just been informed that my time is up. So our time is up. I just want you to say in 1 minute, how do we as Africans maintain balance among all of this, conflict? Just in 30 seconds or 1 minute, let's just do this. Thank you so much.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Yes, I said we're wrapping up now. I've just been told my time is up. So I just want you to tell us, how can Africans, most importantly, maintain balance amidst this conflict? Just in 1 minute.
Yeah, well, one thing that Africa needs to do is to basically stay out of the conflict. Because the more people get into the conflict, different regions get into the conflict, and different allies get it, whether it's NATO, it's Africa, you will find out that the war will escalate. So Africa needs to be out of the conflict and be part of trying to rally out around the United States and Israel to de-escalate this particular conflict. That's one. And then Africa needs to now begin to develop their economy within themselves. That is to say, intra-African investment in terms of maybe petroleum infrastructure, nuclear infrastructure, and general investment, so that you don't depend on others out of your region, but you make sure that you be able to harness the resources that you have and begin to trade within yourselves. So even if there is a conflict like the one that is happening now, it does not have much ripple effect on you, because you can still maintain peace, stability, and the economy, even though we are a global world, it's a very small world, say. But then you can have stability and peace.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Bishop Dr. Abraham Johannes Williams, for joining us on Across Borders today. And we hope that next time we're going to see you again. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your insight. Thank you for the information. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Grace. It's my pleasure being with the SOUQ News.
Thank you. All right, so that's it. I mean, the message is clear. And I think I'm going to take that last part where he says we need to maintain balance. There is no need to go out there to quarrel, to protest, or to get involved beyond the necessary. I don't think we need that. It is clear that global tension, especially the ongoing one, are not as distant as they may seem. The effects are already being felt across the globe, including Africa economies and within our everyday lives. So the responsibility now lies not just with the leaders, but with all of us. And that's it. We need to stay informed and ask questions and understand how global events shape our local realities. And that's a show for you today. That's what we have for you on Across Borders today. Until next time, we'll see you again. My name is Grace Komalafe. Do not forget to follow us via our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. On behalf of the Across Borders team, we are saying thank you for joining us and have a great day. Bye.
Protect your heart health daily, because every heartbeat counts literally. Hello, my name is Emmanuel Lise, and this is SOUQ Health Tips. Let's talk about your heart, the tireless engine that keeps you alive. Most heart diseases are preventable through daily habits, not just medication. Eat for your heart. Choose foods rich in fiber like oats, beans, and vegetables. Use healthy fat from olive oil, avocados, and fish. Limit salt, sugar, and trans fats. Distress your arteries. Move every day. Even 30 minutes of brisk walking improves blood flow and lowers cholesterol. Your heart loves movement more than marathons. Quit smoking. Cut alcohol. Tobacco and excessive alcohol damage your heart lining and blood vessels. There is no safe level of smoking. Quit early, live longer. Manage stress. Chronic stress raises blood pressure. Practice deep breathing instead. Stay connected with loved ones and rest well. In summary, your heart responds to how you live, not just how you treat it. Feed it well, move often, and rest deeply and love fully. I'm Emmanuel Olise, and this is Protect Your Heart. Protect Your Heart is the rhythm of your life.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
My name is Becky Elijah. I'm from UBA, so keep watching SOUQ News.
Hello, my name is Emmanuel. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Esther Ashimi, keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Helen Otongwa. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Okpeyemi Temiyemi. I am an entertainer. I am representing Egypt, as you can see. So keep watching SOUQ News.
Hi, my name is Nenna Okavi. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Tom Aldo. Keep watching SOUQ News.
I'm Elizabeth from POS Services UBA. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Hi, my name is Kelechi Agu. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluebunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity